Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Feedback Friday Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Hello. Look at this. We're actually starting on time today. What in the world? I made sure I was set to the correct encoder and my audio is working too. Unheard of. Hello. Welcome to the stream, everyone. How's it going? Yes. No, I do not do the whole music thing that Dave does. I'm not that cool and like have a pre-show thing go, all that goodness. I just kind of start suddenly and ramble for a bit, and we do art, and that's good too. All right, sorry, just had to respond to a thing. Hello. Okay, so we're working on art today, and if you're new to the art stream, basically I go for quite a while. Um, I record kind of the session and we kind of watch a playback of it at the end of the stream. And usually I'll kind of go maybe take a lunch and continue for several hours, but it kind of depends on the day. Let's actually just pop right over to what we're working on today, though. So, yeah, yeah, that's right. My background sound is usually mostly like alarms, um, ambulances driving by, and construction noises. Very true. New trap skin ideas. I saw them up in the chat. Yeah, I was looking at them. All right. So today we are working on a new mouse. This is one that I had obviously started, but we're kind of at a point where I need to start rendering. Things being mostly blocked in, and I can't really go too far into who this character is. Again, that's kind of the reality with how we work. A lot of it's a bit of a mystery, but that's a good thing. Um, yeah, so this is who we have on the docket today. And I was kind of wanting to do a stream where there was a little more room for you all to give some input. However, timing wise, things didn't work out how I thought maybe I could pull it off. And I wanted to get this one done sooner than later. So I was hoping to have this one further along and kind of like wrap it up off stream. Uh, but since it's kind of not as far along as I'd wanted, I figured let's work on it on stream and we'll kind of render it together. And then next art one, I'm sure we'll be doing something from scratch. We'll design it where you have like a lot of input. Not sure what it'll be, but yeah, that's just kind of where we're at with that. So does this mouse have a nickname, and should it? I mean, that's somewhat in your hands. Um, they appear to be a procurer of many things. Like I know the kind of internal placeholder name we have for the character, but who knows if that'll stick. All right, so where do we start? That is not a giant droid in the background. That's a little bit tricky. I was noticing that this morning actually when I pulled the file up. I was like, oh, it kind of looks like a big droid based on kind of the shape of this thing with the giant, droid looking eye. Uh, but no, it is not. It's a big tank. So I'll try and make that more the shape that I need it to be. Oop, I meant to lock that. Yeah, so it's like a big canister. Like the one of the mice I did earlier where they're kind of running along the top of a canister. It's one of those. Actually, I should pull that one up. let me move that out of the way. Let's see. No. Where is that character? Got quite a few in the docket at the moment. Oh, there it is. Let's grab that file. Come here, Charlie. Alright. So this is one of the previous mice, and this is kind of the canister. I put like a domed window, but maybe that looks too droid-like. So I think we'll change that to be like different. So basically a canister like this. I'm actually going to put this off screen into kind of where I have like some reference images off to the side. Zoom out a bit. There we go. All right. Sorry. Yeah, Charlie? Getting all comfortable on the lap? You just gotta like keep your butt on my lap because it slides off, and then you like grab me as you're falling with your claws, and that's not very fun. Make it a dial instead, like a gauge. Yeah. Pressure gauge kind of thing. Yeah, this makes it look like a droid eye, so I'm gonna tweak that. Yeah, exactly. Pressure gauge would be good. I like showing this kind of like, you know, like a window into it, but I think if there is more like a pipe on the side, that'd be better. Like if it's kind of wrapping around the form. Like that, and then we'll change this. Put this below here. That makes more sense. So now it's kind of like, oh, they're sitting on this kind of pipe here, and I think that'll work. Maybe. Because originally I did have it drawn where he was sitting on this kind of pipe thing, but then his coat kind of covered it completely, so I just kind of got rid of it. But this might work better. Hopefully it'll make sense. All right. So how do I want to draw that? I don't know, something like that. Maybe we can work on that. So let's see. Piping will have these kinds of bands that help show the form, and try to show how it's attached to the canister itself. And then, I don't know, like, I'm not totally sold on this being his seat. Uh, a canister trap skin for the Stinger one. I mean, maybe once this area is out, it would make sense. Uh, yeah, perception and skills bit out of whack. I don't disagree. Um, I mean, scale, we already have confirmed that there is no, like, scale in the MouseHunt universe. Things change size constantly. Nothing stays consistent. That's just how it works now. Because it's easier, because we don't make things to scale. Sometimes a mouse is the size of a mountain. Other times it's like smaller than a crumb of cheese. And your trap can catch both. Because. Alright, so the perspective I was kind of going for at different points was kind of more like we're looking up at the character, but I'm kind of not feeling like that's working. I think part of it is the character themselves. We're kind of not at an angle where we feel like we're looking up at them as much as it could be. Uh, this elbow needs to almost be like on something instead. I mean, maybe if the canister is something different, like there are more crates and they're turned so we can see them kind of like going back in perspective, we'll feel like we're looking up at them a bit better. Also, like, I suppose this foot right now is kind of out in front of this, if we're kind of thinking of that, whereas it should be more like potentially even behind this rock. I'm gonna hide the sketch. Also, the face, we could kind of make it where we're looking up at it a bit better. These stripes as well. I'm going to try kind of pushing things a bit to make it feel like we're looking up at the character a little bit more, because I do feel like I'm missing the mark on that, and I think it adds to the, the presence if it feels like we're kind of below. So let's do a little tweaks to see what we can do. Like maybe even the glasses. I feel like I'm looking down on the top of his head more. Hmm. I think maybe the ears down a bit. Small charm dangling on a robe from the sword handle. Rope, you mean? They do have a symbol. I think... yeah, in one of them you saw it. They don't all have it, though. It's more just kind of the overall getup. This one will have on the pommel of the sword, kind of the skull. Let's see. I'm gonna go to the sketch. Is it this one? Yeah. Let's grab the face and such, and we'll move that up. Okay, that seems better. Feel a little more like I'm looking up at the character. I think this arm, we could even kind of shift up. Yeah, that looks more like I'm looking up at the character now. Okay, I'm happier with that. Let's do that. Kind of want to keep the sketch for the hand, because there's some stuff I haven't put into the blocking illustration yet. So let's select all that and just shift it up. Yeah, and I think with this shoulder dropped a bit, this shoulder raised, these kind of stripes at a steeper angle. I might even push that a little bit further. See how that looks. I think I need to make the belly a bit rounder, though. It's a little too trim for this character. I want him to feel a bit more soft. Yeah, I want to push that more, but let's do that by taking some of this jacket behind it away. There we go. That's looking better to me now. Yeah. Much more like I'm looking up at the character. It's got a little bit of a rum belly. Honestly, I think I want to push it even further. Let's see. think that's gonna need to move here. Oop, wrong layer. There we go. Okay, now they just start to look like they're going sideways. So some of the design aesthetic that I'm going for is based off of Smee. That's why I'm like, I want him to have a bit more roundness and softness to him, but he was also looking a little more like a tough character at the same time. With this like jacket and posturing. Yeah, I think that this arm is gigantic. I think I'm gonna scale that just a bit. Let's see. Let's do a little flipperoo. See how we like it. Yeah, so like coming into this phase, we were still just refining some of the shapes. So we'll be kind of like transitioning into the render phase today, and hopefully we'll get pretty far on it. Okay. Something I did like from this sketch that I don't have in here yet is like some kind of leather bracelet type thing. We'll see how much I like that. It's kind of where the jacket and the bracelet kind of line up. I'm not sure how well that'll look in the end. I might shorten it. That might look better. Maybe we'd do. Yeah, I could definitely see him wearing a necklace chain. He's gonna have like cool tattoo. Let's throw a chain on him. See what we think. Nice chunky one. This is a SME that's seen things and decided to get edgy. Now I gotta give him like a skull ring or something on his pinky. I suppose that Smee in the other media has also definitely seen things. Like the captain getting eaten by a crocodile. Okay, I might kind of move that a bit like that. And we can definitely render this out later. We don't need to worry about that right now. He says as he starts to render it out. Okay, well, I'll deal with that later. It's definitely not the right tones and all that. Okay. Human skull or mouse skull? That's a good question. I feel like for something like that, it might be a mouse. Alright, so what would be good to work on next? So I definitely much prefer this kind of rotundness. It's got a better presence. Let's do that. Kind of seeing a little more lower angle here. Okay. Let's go grayscale view and kind of like get an idea of what needs to be adjusted. So background's gonna have some strong light. I think we could, maybe we're not there yet. Okay. So the gauge here, like this is tilted towards us currently, and he's tilted back. Is that okay? Maybe. I mean, perhaps if the tank was smaller. And it felt more like he was kind of sitting on the side of it, and there's like a nub that his elbow is actually propped on. That might work better. And then there can be other things kind of in front of it. This feels like it's leaned up against that. That might, yeah, I think that's okay. That, or maybe it's actually I'm kind of imagining another little gauge type thing in front. So let's try this. Or like it could be like the pipe fitting or something. Mm. Shirt should be too small with the belly showing and some sandals if going for the Disney Smee aesthetic. Not quite that aesthetic. It's more inspired by. But yeah, maybe the belly showing is not a bad idea. Left foreground is weird, as in like the crates and rubble. It'll make more sense with rendering. Okay, now that I've tweaked the angles, I'm gonna push the perspective a bit. Will it work? Probably not. Alright. So like a lot of the work that I need to do on this one is actually foreground stuff. Um, I think I'm gonna shrink this down a little bit here. Yeah, I'll consider the sandals. But one of his legs here is replaced with a blade with a cork on the end of it. So I'll make that look more sword-like. Yeah, world's most dangerous peg leg, exactly. Well, I suppose there's probably more dangerous ones like a cannon or something like that. Yeah, originally I had this where it didn't have the cork on the end, and it was just like wakizashi or something like that, which could be pretty good. It should just have like random things stuck to it. Cannons run out of ammo, blades never do it like that. That was good. Okay, I still think I want to shrink this canister down a bit more. Maybe not. I don't know. Like I want him like leaning into it. Let's see. Now that it's kind of more behind, or now that it's more in front, rather, I think it'll be easier to make the jacket kind of flow around it better, I guess. Let's look at it from this angle. Technically, maybe the jacket would only kind of go that far instead, and because he's sitting on part of it, it's going to bunch up under that a bit more. Maybe shorten it overall. It's a rather supple leather jacket. Must be chrome tan. Yeah, it does look like it's flaring. To be fair, when I kind of filled it in, it didn't matter because most of it was covered. So I didn't really kind of finish the shape. I think the gauge is partially what's throwing it off too. It just feels a little too large. Yeah, let's just shrink this whole thing and we'll deal with the extra pipe. Okay. I don't know if I like that more. It does feel more like he's actually leaning onto this thing. I just think there has to be something else that's supporting him. So I think I'm going to have like a crate behind the canister. Like it's just kind of jammed under him. So let's go down to platform layer. Where's all the... Oh, these are in front, right? Of course. Alright. We'll go behind the tank, behind that jacket piece, and... Cause yeah, he's on kind of like a mountain of stuff. Let's do that. Seems like really inappropriate places to have gauges and stuff in a pressure canister. Mmm. Definitely should have a Sinbad-inspired mouse. Ooh. Thank you for the Larry link, Michelle. I'll be sharing that after lunch. Okay. Seagull droppings or space dust on the crates? Who knows? Who knows? You talking about this? You'll find out in time, I suppose. Alright, so bottom of this canister I need to cover. Let's grab that layer and nope. Maybe the lining on the inside of the jacket will be like a nice color. What's going on there? What is this? Get rid of that. Why is that going over top of the shirt? This should be below. I am confused. That's fine. Okay, so if he had some kind of lining inside the jacket. Ooh, actually I have an idea. What if it's like galaxy? Like, okay, let me see if I can do this. Let's get like some rich purples. And like stars. So we'll leave some trim. And this is a little awkward. Let's do this. Okay, and then we have like a nice This might be too much. It might be a bit distracting, but I'd say let's try that for now, and then when everything else is in scene, we'll know if it's more balanced or not. Patches on clothing. Maybe. I don't know. He seems like he's put together at this point. Oh, where did I put my water? Oh, there it is. Mouse is just walking around with the sword, nothing to keep it strapped to the body. So you're saying it needs a sheath. Like it could be like a back kind of scabbard or something. Like the thing is a huge blade. So I don't even know. Maybe when he's walking around the ship, he's like using it as a cane, and his like leg is like taking a chunk out of the deck, and his sword, and he's just walking along, just chung, 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 and just chopping up the deck. Kind of feel like that's what's going on now. So maybe like the tip of the blade is more kind of, beat up. And now I kind of want to remove the cork on this. Which is why he's being put in charge of watching all the crates. Because I don't want him walking around. I was a little worried that with the cork it was less obvious what you were seeing. Now when I shared it with someone, they saw it instantly, so that's fine. And it was just a sketch version too. But I don't know. There's something pretty fun about an exposed sword leg. Cork on the sword tip instead as walking cane. Like it's a fun gig if you understand it, but like it's less obvious, I think. So he's just dangerous to have walking around, and like on these boxes in the ground below, we could just have like a bunch of gouges or something in the ground. I don't know. We'll workshop it. I think maybe there's something there, but yeah, maybe we put soft cork tips on each. Maybe both of them just have random things skewered on them because he can't help but step on things. Thoughts on a hook leg? That's pretty funny too, actually. He just kind of like grabbing packages and just grabbing it and like popping it in someone else's hands or something. He's just passing things around with his hook foot. Hmm. Tempting. Okay, you know what? I want to see that because that's pretty funny. All right, let's try that. Do a layer above here. And like, I kind of want it to be like a big honk and bulky one. It would make more sense for walking around, to be perfectly honest, because like it kind of has the right angles for being able to walk, and it's like, oh, we don't have a prosthetic on hand, but this is kind of a useful shape. Try walking around on this. You know, so it kind of works. And then he can also use it to like grab things while still laying down. I think I might like this over the sword foot. The angle of it should probably be like, so his knee is out. It should probably be rotated to kind of come towards us. Yeah, like thinking about the mechanics, not that this actually matters, but if you have kind of this prosthetic, like I feel like it'd be easier if it's kind of hooked this way, but what about this way? I feel like you couldn't kind of like grab things with it. Like it'd be easy to scoop things up, but then to get it, you know, off of your foot would be that I guess you'd have to kick it. I don't know, like I guess it'd be good for grabbing things and lifting it up to yourself, whereas if it's the other way, it's maybe worse at that. I don't know. Like this looks. I guess both kind of look like they would work. Well, welcome Rainbow Chocobo. The ultimate form of mount. Okay, so if you were to upgrade your foot to be, you know, a heavy hunk of metal that's curved with a, you know, hook-like appendage, what direction do you think would be appropriate, A or B? Yeah. No, it's true. Like B is kind of like how I've seen them, which is why I was like, oh, actually the hook is kind of a good idea. So, yeah, I'm thinking B as well the more I look at it. A would be kind of, you know, like if you were like running and you were running in anything that could get caught and snagged, it just like you like hook into this like muddy terrain or like roots or something like that, and now you're just snagged on it. B is more, yeah, I think B is where it's at actually. So let's adjust this. We need to change the perspective of it anyways. So we're gonna kind of do that kind of an angle, I guess. Gosh, this would be so heavy. But I guess he could take it. Like, he doesn't skip leg day, this guy. It's probably all he does. Then again, because he's kind of like lounging on these crates, maybe he never does leg day. I don't know. Okay, I think that's pretty good actually. I like that. Either way, he looks like he has strong enough legs for this. Yeah, I like this. Well, I'm glad I got some good input from the chat. I was worried it was just going to be a kind of quiet render. No one really gets to, you know, give too many interesting changes because it's already all drawn and now it's just kind of coloring it in. This is pretty fun. Okay, cool. I like that. I think I'm going to tweak the angle just a little. He is so going to get snagged on ropes. Blade Runner. Blade Runner is pretty funny. I guess he'd be Hook Runner, though. Okay, that looks good to me. Yeah, definitely Hook Runner. Do I shrink it at all? Yeah. Just need it to be a little more proportional. Now I'm kind of thinking he needs to have something like on the hook too. I don't know if that'll be too much. But like a pouch or something like that. We'll see if it needs it later on though. I think for now we have plenty. Okay, with the leg draped over like that, the jacket is unlikely to come forward this much. Unless it was like over this knee and it captured it, but that doesn't make much sense. So I'm thinking I need to draw that back. think that'll be a little more even too. Great. Okay. So let's do that. Okay, there's definitely still plenty that I'm not quite happy with. We're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, actually, I feel like he's got to be sitting on a crate, right? Like, he's sitting behind the canister. The jacket is kind of draping over it. But, I mean, like, we got to make more sense of this. Right now, it's not really making enough sense. So then, honestly, there should be a crate like right here, and this jacket would be like right scrunched up under that. Let's see, maybe I'll duplicate it just in case I decide to go back. Okay, so let's, like, if I hide this, let's actually like scope out what the crate would look like. So I think there'd be a crate like this kind of thing, right? Something like that. But that's obviously behind the canister. And then that would be the jacket in front, and tricky stuff. All right. Mm-hmm. It is definitely a little combination of Smee and Captain Hook. Maybe a sack of that powder. Like, would that be for the hanging off the hook? That could work. Used to have sacks of flour. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the goal. Is like I want him sitting on a crate but leaning onto the canister. Like he's kind of like he was sitting up there and then he spotted you and he kind of like leaned down to kind of like judge you or something like that. So I kind of want it to be like he's tilting forward and like the angle I didn't set myself up very well, I don't think. Um, but we'll get there. We'll get there. So then I think the coat is kind of something like that, maybe. That might be okay. But honestly, this should be its own layer with another layer behind it. We'll deal with the coat later. That's complicated fabric stuff. What's that layer? Oh, I see. Are you eating dirt? Oh, no, you just knocked over a plant. That's fine. Apparently my lap wasn't warm enough. She's gone to lay in the sunbeams in the narrow windowsill. Oh, which is very nice because my leg was definitely falling asleep. Ah, all right. Yo-yo trap skin for the rainbow ball and chain trap when? I don't know. That one's a fun one. There's a lot we can do with that trap, and it's a very powerful one. So I would imagine it's going to end up with a lot of trap skins over time. It's quite a powerful one. So, all right. Let's turn off the sketch and see what we're missing. Because I would like to kind of get further along with this rendering stuff. Maybe, looking at it, maybe the jacket should actually become draped open in front here. So let's try this. Actually, you know what? I'm going to duplicate this layer. So it would kind of... maybe more like that. And then this layer. Don't need it coming to quite that point, but I think it's more that maybe more like that. It's, I don't know, that's a little too vampire cape as opposed to heavy leather jacket. So maybe not. We'll keep that, but then we'll go back to that one. Just in case. Okay. I'm fine with that for now. Alright, let's see. What's next? Let's just do this quick little skull. Again, this is just kind of more blocking things in. It's not the actual color. It's just to kind of get everything to the same level. Now for this, their symbol is a bit of a skull and a skull and a skull. Because I like added an eye patch with a skull on a skull, and then the other devs were like, well, how far down does it go? Does that little skull have its own skull? And so you just kind of had a little... There we go. A little fun with that. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. What do we want? All right. So that's giving it a little bit more kind of, oh, okay, that's round in that way. Uh, could be a little more accurate, but who's worried about accuracy in this? I think this would definitely push the jacket out more. Sitting on a simple wooden stool, rocking around like a school child. It's all good, Max Ross. I saw them at the before I even started streaming. I was looking at the ideas. You're welcome to repost them if you want, though. Um, let's see. Yeah, I already looked through them. Hmm. Okay, I think at this point, I'm going to give it a save, and I think what we should do is try and kind of lock down on the value structure of this piece. Actually, I kind of want to put some, like, welded or bolted plates onto the side of this canister. But yeah, basically I think I'm going to switch to grayscale mode in a minute, and we can kind of take a look at, how do we make sure the hierarchy feels good? Are we kind of attracting the eye in the right ways? Because blocking in, I don't tend to worry so much about that stuff. I'm just trying to like fill in the silhouettes so that they exist. Okay. Can do a layer on top for the bolts. Cool. We'll deal with that later. All right. Yeah. That sounds good. All right. it okay. All right. No, I see what you're saying now. Um, hmm. I just have to explore this moment now. Going to do one of these. And that. Just swinging in on a canister or something. I mean, it could be converted to that, and I'm kind of not completely opposed to it, even though I don't know. It doesn't quite work for the character, but like that is hilarious. I want to like tilt it even further. Get like there you go. It's pretty funny. Okay. Diamond cannonballs? Oh. Would they be like um sequin kind of like covered in, like beautiful jeweled bedazzled bejeweled, or is it like just a huge diamond cannonball? Prism compass. Sounds interesting. All right, so we got 40 minutes before we're going to go on lunch break. I think that's enough time to kind of like set our value structure, and I would like to do that sooner than later. So let's take a look at it in grayscale and kind of make some determinations. I think the clouds should kind of come up behind him even more and kind of like backlight quite a bit. So I think I'm going to start with that, and that way the crates can kind of like be this more of a silhouette, which they kind of already are. So let's make a new layer just in case we want to go back. But like, if it's more like this, and then I think some nice kind of like rim light on the underside of the arm, and kind of just popping things out would look pretty cool. Sorry if I suddenly got super loud for a second. So we can tweak the color. I like it going maybe a little more purple up at the top of that. Purples and pinks. Looks pretty nice. And then I'll push that just a little bit further at like the knee. It's definitely highlighting the hook quite a lot, maybe too much. So we can kind of tone that down a bit. Okay, let's look at the grayscale again. Okay, so the pants being dark, the jacket dark, the crates. Okay, let's deal with the foreground real quick. I think if we kind of do a value pass on the foreground, maybe get some very basic lighting going, that'll kind of help us to determine everything else. So let's do that. Okay, so I think the very foreground, we'll actually have the crates be lighter, at least near the middle. Just because I'm trying to think of like how I want the overall composition to read. And I think I want it to kind of like have like almost like a vignette effect where the outer kind of area is going to have darker stuff. So like these kind of, railing parts in front will be the darkest. And I'm probably even going to have them, let's go to value brush. Luminosity. Okay, so too dark for that one. This one's going to be darker. Okay, we'll just go black, and then we can adjust colors after. Okay, so what was I even saying? Okay, so this crate. I thought it was a different crate. This crate, we're gonna go fairly dark. Yeah, I want it to kind of vignette. So like foreground, and as we go towards the center, it's going to get lighter and lighter, but then the pants and jacket are going to kind of, stand out against that. I do want to establish some gradient action here. I need to lock transparency on some of these layers. Okay. Also, these piles here, I think, are going to give off a bit of a glow, which will help kind of with things. Yeah, we're going to blend some of these together. Because foreground-wise, it's not important. I don't need you to kind of pay close attention to this stuff. I want you to see that they exist, but I don't need you to kind of like notice them so much. They're there to kind of tell a bit of the story, but they're not important details, I suppose. Okay, so let's keep going with this. I do want this to be luminosity brush. Okay, and then we'll come in and we'll detail things like having kind of strapping and different kind of like details on the crate surface, stuff like that. But for now, it's more important to kind of get the overall look going. So this crate, do we want to go even brighter maybe? Yeah. Yeah, because these have a bit of a glow going on. So that's kind of neat. Yeah, I like that actually. But this crate is further behind on the right. So we're gonna do this. But first we're gonna lock transparency on that layer. And then we're gonna do this. Yeah, that glow already kind of adds a lot to this, a lot more interesting. So I'll do that. We are locked on that layer, good. At the outer edge, I think we'll have it kind of fade darker so that it has a nice kind of contrast against this edge. However, it will actually be picking up lighting effects like rim light, all that. So the edge of these are probably going to get the sunset colors, kind of catching the wood there. This one, we're gonna go back to shaded. Actually, down here, I should probably get more. Okay, let's look at it with color for a second. It's fine. Okay, the platform itself. These are all gonna be quite dark. And if you recall the lighting schema, it's very much underlit, so we're not getting strong light hitting the top of the deck necessarily. Hello, the math. Yeah, everyone's saying it kind of has Bender vibes. I'm fine with that. Looks like he's smiling. Actually, this should be... somewhere like there instead. And we can move that needle there. Okay. Let's see. Do this. Yeah, I think this is working. I think these kind of railings in the foreground, I'm actually going to give a blur so they feel like they're not in focus because they're so much closer. What else? Okay, this one's going to be quite dark. Okay, and I definitely want the lining of the jacket to kind of like be a lot brighter now that I'm looking at it. And I think that'll help with things kind of popping out. Maybe we'll put something else that will glow nicely here and there. Cool. All right, it's just a broken rod or something like that. I want some like rubble look to it, and I think that that's okay. Yeah. The canister, I think I'm gonna make darker. Let's do a clipping layer. Pull that back a bit. And I think we'll get some like rust coloration going on it as well. These are definitely not well kept canisters. I would be a little concerned using them with any kind of pressurization. Triangle's brush works surprisingly well for rust. Okay. Lovely. Alright, what else do we need to do? Let's go look up at the sketch, and I'm going to mask off things that are a little distracting about it. Okay, so we could block in the tattoo. What is this layer? Is this a background thing? No, it's a sketch thing. Okay, where is that part of the sketch? I'll just hide that. Don't need it anymore. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Mask this off. Ooh. Thoughts on a few futuristic metallic crates made of dark brushed steel feel, and some wooden ones with glow peeking out of the wooden slots. That's pretty cool. Ooh. Hmm. I might try that. That sounds neat. Instead of just like all wood. Like there's a lot more like that is kind of more not high tech, but not kind of wood and nail tech, right? Like we're up on these metal gantry kind of platforms, and um, there is a lot of that going on. So I think you might be onto something with like some metallic kind of crates made out of kind of like the same kind of sheet metal that they're running around on. I just have to respond to something in the chat. Okay. Could be different colors of sheet too. Greenish, silver, dark silver. Could be fun. Could be fun. All right. What ones would I kind of tweak? Maybe this one and this one. Let's just try that out. Just because I am a little bit curious. Like, I think part of how I'll make it properly convincing looking is just kind of the finish on it. So the wood slats will be, or like the wooden crates will have slats and that kind of stuff. These can be a little more shiny, or not, but like have bolts and kind of crimping and whatever would seem appropriate to make a crate of metal. This one's going to be good for showing off the wooden slats right here, right? Especially with this lighting kind of catching the edges. This one as well, I was kind of thinking would be a good wood kind of crate, but could also be a good one for like a metal trunk. That might be good. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, sorry, getting distracted by a funny conversation. All right, so let's do that. And yeah, I like it being a metal chest. Like, I don't know if it'd be like a treasure chest, more like a tool trunk. So that would have kind of maybe not one in the middle, maybe two on each side. Or one on each side. With like one of those kind of locking plates in the middle. I don't know. I'm like remembering some old metal trunk from forever ago or something. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that. It's distracting. Okay. But yeah, it has like those like cam latches. How do those work? You like lever one part down and it pulls that and like captures it. Okay, it's probably not making any sense here. Whatever, it's fine. Yeah, these, I guess from like a 3/4 view, there's like this kind of hook butted up against like a latch that has like a key or a ring, and then as that kind of goes down, this kind of pulls down over the fulcrum so that you have to pull it over the fulcrum to get it to release. So when it's down, something like that. And then these would often have kind of like little area where you can put like a lock through it. And then that latch can't lift up. So I think that made no, I don't think I helped explain that, but whatever. So I don't like how kind of like directly kind of head on this looks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make that its own layer. And I'm going to erase everything outside of this. On these layers at least. So I'm going to make a selection and then explode everything outside. Now I can kind of transform this a little bit easier. I don't know why there's all this around it, but okay, so I'm going to tilt that down. We're going to turn this a little bit. So we have at least something that's a little more 3D. But again, we want a low angle, so not going to have too much distortion there. Actually, I think I do want to scale it up just a little bit. Okay. Sure. All right. Now I'm going to have a layer behind it. And now we have a little bit more of a hint of the perspective we're dealing with. actually going to lower that angle to really see how much I can kind of get us feeling like we're looking up, right? Yeah, I think that'll do. Cool. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to kind of convert a few of these objects to be a little more turned. Okay, this now. Let's do that. Do that. I think this middle crate might be turned. Maybe they are all a little bit tilted. That would probably assist in kind of communicating what we're looking at, certainly. Right. So I should actually establish some kind of, you know, perspective mapping. That would be wise for actually being consistent, but, you know, sometimes I don't be like that. Do I have a tool set up for that? This is not something I tend to do in my drawings, but it's worth exploring. I feel like there is a good tool in Clip Studio for this very specific thing. Did I actually make it a subtool in my collection? Does not seem like it. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I'll do a little quick research on kind of like what the tools are to just build that super fast during lunch. Because I know they have it. And like normally I'll just like draw it. Uh, you know, like where do I want my horizon kind of idea. And then if I just kind of follow this, we'll get the vanishing point, which I think maybe I want it to be different from where I've plotted it, but like not everything needs to be pointed at the same, you know, they're all kind of aligned perfectly. So some vanishing points might be a little different from others, but yeah, we can figure this one out. Yeah, all right. Some steep angles. Yeah. All right. This is not a good, like way to kind of show the power of these kind of, because I just have like a bunch of different plotted points. Normally you get like a giant grid where it's all going to one vanishing point. It's a very useful technique. Very, very useful. So I guess I can try kind of suggesting that most of them are coming from the same point. And then I'll often employ like a 2-point perspective on an object. So like this one would be like way over here. But I mean, we're also, it's kind of like, what's the, what's the actual like lensing that's happening, right? Wide angle, kind of, I don't know all the terms of like what would be kind of, causing different kind of visual effects. But yeah, like this is a very steep kind of angle that I'm suggesting, and I don't think I want to go that extreme. Like this is more fisheye kind of level. Like if anything, this vanishing point is nearly totally horizontal. So like these would be, let me undo those. Try and match what I have. Practically horizontal. My vanishing point is off screen of my actual monitor. And we'll just put a bunch of those across. Do you suggest that? And then these ones, we'll just do a bunch from this point. A little bit random. These are just kind of suggestions. Again, none of these are lined up on a grid, so they're not going to be perfectly using that. But yeah, like this is a really low angle. I don't know if I actually want us to be that low an angle, but like the vision I have for this is we're kind of like approaching this platform, and there's like these guardrails and maybe steps that we're stepping up a ramp or something like that to meet this character who is like atop a throne Torches with fire. Ooh. I think we can hold off on like adding more lighting. We're gonna have like I haven't even added any of the lighting really. We're gonna have like this stuff glow. Maybe there'll be like some nice internal glow from these kind of like crystals. But definitely we're gonna have underlighting from this like sunset effect, and that'll like transform a lot. So gonna hide the sketch for now. Yeah, I'll tweak. All right, cool. We're like 1 minute out from lunch, so I'm just gonna get lunch set up. I'll take a little break, fuel up, get some coffee in me, and then when I come back, we're going to take a look at next steps. We're gonna kind of start really pushing things. We're gonna start rendering things a lot. Um, I'm also going to share a Larry link, but to start, let's get the view in lunch mode. We're going to move this over here. We're going to set up our timer. Let's go for 58 minutes from now, let's say. Well, actually, no, we're not even 1 o'clock yet, so we'll do the 60. Good enough. All right, so 1 hour from now. But let's get the time lapse going, just so we can actually see where this came from originally. Set that to all. We're going to move this so you can enjoy it. I'm going to stop my lunch alarm. Scale that, scale that. All right. I'll be back when the timer is done, and have a Larry link for you, and we'll keep working on this image. But until then, have a good little break, and I'll catch you in an hour. All right. See you in a bit. Ooh, hello. Welcome back. Lunch is done. Hop. Hello, hello, hello. We're back at it. All right, let me grab that Larry link. And paste. Hey, it worked. Actually, let me check to see what you even get. I've invalidated it. Ah, yes, I will take some condensed creativity. Thank you very much, Larry. Let me write more. Nearly ran out of hunts before I extended it. We're good. Okay. Boop. All right, so where we left off, we had kind of started making some tweaks and adjustments to our character here. Foreground stuff mainly at this moment. So I'm going to continue where we were at and just going to try to finish this portion off pretty quickly. It's a pretty steep angle. But since it's metal, it might look cool, kind of catching some of the sunset hues. Let's do this. Actually, I'm going to do a add glow layer. Maybe go more in the purple range. Now, if it's thin sheet, you kind of get this like bending and bubbling relatively easily. So I don't know if I want to. I think it wouldn't be like visible in the line here, but like the actual reflection might alter. Instead of it being like a perfect mirror, it might be a little bit contorted at the edges. Either that's like finishing finesse details we really don't need to worry about at the moment. Now, if we want any kind of like, I think I'll give it like little bolts or something real quick. Let's make this its own wrong layer. Oops. I see what I did. You're different from that. You, however, are the layers I want. Boom. There we go. Okay. So I could add like some rivets or something here. Also, what I need to do here is that kind of fixes it a little bit. Maybe not even that steep. Sorry, this is post-lunch, Jacob. You're probably just going to get me rambling to myself for the most part. Hope you're here for basically Jacob Radio, because that's what you get at this hour. Feel free to, share your thoughts, and hopefully I'll spot them within 20 minutes or so. Yeah, after lunch I kind of always go into a little more of a different, focus flow a little bit. And then I just go until I get too tired. Okay, so let's do that show up? Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. It's kind of distracting. Let's get rid of that. No, there was something there. I think if I do or like that, maybe. I'll figure it out. It's somewhere in here. Okay. Well, I really don't need to like over render things like that don't matter. It's like really not supposed to be important, this foreground materials. So I'm just going to knock that down again. Just a subtle little dent. Okay, we can work with that. All right, what else do I want to do? All right, this platform is ultra thin. So I think I'm going to move that lower here so we can like see just doesn't make a lot of sense at the moment. Cool. Okay. So the idea is there's like lots of metal plates and stuff kind of stacked on top of each other that are kind of making this platform. So it's quite precarious. It's quite cobbled together. So we could do something like that. No, it's very demanding. I don't like that it goes right under the... Oh, well, actually, it could come out in front. Why don't I do that? That might be better. Sure. Okay, but we really gotta knock this back. Okay. Doesn't make much sense, but we'll go with it for now. We'll tweak it and make it work later. Okay. Okay. This crate here, let's just do something simple. Trim that. Put a layer behind. Grab a slightly different color. Let's make it a bigger box. Do that, and then that. I don't know if I like that. I think I want this one turned towards us even more. It's going to be quite a bit shorter. This one, I actually think we should put the other direction. So it's kind of tilted in towards these crates in front of it. And we'll have its side here. So that feels a little better. And then this one can just have this slant here. That all feels a little more correct. This one I'm going to have tilt outward. And this one I'm going to have tilt outward. Cool. Okay, now there's more of a kind of swelling from the center. Things feel like they're more haphazardly and three-dimensionally stacked. That's a little bit nicer. Cool. Okay. I think this plate here, what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to fix this. Going to send this. Erase that. Kind of like there being this, well, what we could do is it could be like a stair step thing. And that also helps suggest why we're looking up at this character even more. And then behind that, be like the suggestion of a stair rail or like stairwell kind of structure thing, whatever. Um, yeah, something like that. Okay. Don't know if that's clear, but it needs more CBS. We could probably fit some names around in this one. Definitely. All right. What else do I want to do? Okay, let's look at the grayscale. We're going to jump here. We're going to grab our luminosity brush. Going to go nice and dark there. Okay. All right. Let's try and see how well this structure is working for us. We're going to hide that. It's a little distracting. And we're just going to kind of like squint our eyes and look at this, right? So we have incredibly high contrast right here at the edge of the step. That's just kind of like drawing so much attention down there, and it's not like good. It's not where we want to look. So we're going to lighten that up, but we would do that anyways because down here these plates are kind of facing towards us, and behind us is this like sunset action. So I think this is going to work pretty easily. Only maybe I want it to be more saturated. Right, so then if I look at this, we're kind of knocking that down. Same with the stairwell wall thing, whatever. Gonna put that behind it. This might even go into the pinks back here. Okay, same with that. Mouse almost gets the least attention for now. We're just kind of trying to set the stage first, and it's going to inform a lot on the mouse itself. So that's why I'm kind of like not tackling the mouse yet. I think they're at a state that is kind of good enough. Throw that mask out, and I actually want to shorten this crate a little bit. I think I just want to give a little more room for the platform. Cancel that, and I'm going to grab both of these. And move them up. Just want a little more room to kind of like imagine someone could walk around these objects. Give a little more platform to work with. feel like there could be something leaned up here if we need to kind of like adjust the composition a bit. Instead of stairs, we walk on planks in the sky. That's fun. All right. This one, I kind of think we'll get rid of completely. And do I even want that? Maybe I actually don't. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Grab that. Looks like it's kind of working. This crate is too flat on. I think this one also needs a little 3D treatment. I think they all do. Easy enough. Let's see. Get rid of these. Did I just blur that? Oops. Okay, that should be a clean slice. Now we should only see whatever this is right at the rim of that. Like it's not spilling over the top. And then I actually want this to... what's going on? There we go. To shift over to be more in the center of that. And this one, let's have it turn in. Just a nice little box of it. Okay, now I can have that glow like be right on the edge of that. And actually I want to shorten this. That seems a little more correct. So it'd like bump up against the back corner of that. This is kind of tucked right in front here. I think I'm actually going to shorten this. Ooh, I want to overlap it actually. So you want to go here. And didn't expect it to be that wide. Okay, so it's a bit shorter and moved in front. Actually, I kind of want to lean it now. Doesn't look like it needs to change too much to do that. I think I got away with it without really having to tweak anything. Great. Okay, so that will fill in here. This. I think I want that to actually become like a background piece instead of a foreground. Something more like that. I like the kind of shape in that spot, but I just think it needed to make room. Same with this one. I feel like this is interesting, but like, okay, maybe too much. Let's tilt it up in a way a bit. Like I want to give a feeling like there's a railing here. Okay, and I'm going to thin this one a bit too. Sure, I think maybe it's not quite right, but let's not fret about that. Skull imagery on the crates or boxes. Well, maybe. Don't think we have any of those yet on any of the other crates or boxes, but that could make sense if they like brand it for themselves. This one. I'm gonna tilt it in even more. What? Not the blur brush. Okay. Okay, I think the coat. Let's go to this version. Because I'm like picturing what would kind of happen in this situation, and I think it would just kind of drape open like this, right? Like essentially that, right? And then this. Like I don't even think it would be kind of as dramatically kind of. Let's copy this just in case I go back from it. Like I think it would just be more like falling open like that, right? I guess it depends on the material and how thick it is and long, all those things. And like this one could be a little more horizontal looking. The hook caught on like the coattails or something. Yeah. Yeah, I think I prefer it open too. And this, I think, would be just a little more horizontal. So I'm going to duplicate this again in case we decide to go back. But let's do that. Yeah, I feel like that makes more sense. Like the coat itself, I think will come out in front like that. That I feel like would make sense. Hmm. Hmm. This mouse is almost as detailed as the white mouse. What are you saying? We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. Well, let's work on the face, the money maker here. Do the face tattoo, and then I can kind of play with levels on things, just because those are kind of important to land correctly. Let's go for another metal here. Actually, let's do this. This is the tank. Grab that color. Can add some rust or whatever down there. This, I'll actually... maybe that. Sure. That works. Okay, this pipe is almost too much, in my opinion. So, I'm feeling like things are... So I want to get things in the middle ground here. This trunk here, I think I need to drop down a tiny bit to kind of like bring it down into this mid-tone range. Something like that. And then these clips, knock those back, knock that back. Too far. Okay. I am also excited for the 36 new trap skins that I haven't made for the law traps yet. Agreed. Alright. Yeah, the crystals are fun. I think those will add some nice depth to these. So if I do these and grab a more kind of like enriching color, and we're gonna get some like yellow in this because of the sunset. We'll have some of this color kind of entering in the core of this crystal. I think it's going to need to have something butting up against the inside, or like down here to kind of hold it up. Let's go colder, darker here. So I think on the surface we're gonna get some like more actual like reflected light. Okay. This will be stronger the more kind of like angled away it is from us. Yeah, trying to get like some polished stone looking facets, right? But like, I don't want to go too crazy with it yet. But I definitely want it to feel like, okay, cool, I'm seeing the atmosphere reflected off the surface of this. Even the top side here, we can get some of this like ashy blue. Not too saturated, not too bright. Okay, so that looks a little nicer now. Okay, so this crate back here, I feel like that's too dark. I feel like I want that to become more like this. Right? And then the foot can be darker behind it. So I think I want almost to feel like there's a bit of atmosphere behind, in between the character and that crate back there. So let's definitely so that feels a little better. Same with this one back here. I feel like the further away it is, the lighter I want it to get. Ooh, that's not what I want to happen. Let's do a luminosity layer. Those are easier to manage. Okay, that's a little more kind of grouped up. I think these even are just a little bit too knocked down. So I'm going to lighten that up as well. It's fine for this light to be like occluded a bunch. Yeah, that's a little more comfortable. And obviously, like, this will change a lot when we have the light kind of coming in from the sides. That'll be kind of like a very soon step because it's going to do a lot of work. Oh yeah, mouse tail. I don't actually have in here yet. Maybe it'll just be kind of like slumped over the hook. I don't know. It could be wrapped around the back. I kind of imagine it would kind of come out to the side and like maybe it's kind of wrapped around the big rock there. I could see something like that. Yeah, let's take a look at this, not in grayscale, see how it's doing. Okay, let's do the tail. I'm going to put that below everything. Coat, all that, other coat. Okay, so that's the throne. And we're going to do tail. Grab that. Now does it kind of go like that? I think maybe it does. Now the smart thing would be to break that into a layer behind all those objects. But I'm feeling lazy today. I just want it to be one layer instead of like this layer versus separated from that layer and in completely different parts of the project. Sometimes just masking things is fine. Now if I have to edit all that, it'll be a little more annoying, but it's not a big deal to just kind of tweak the painting of it. And this will make rendering it a little bit simpler too. Okay, so what do we think of that tail? Obviously it's very saturated. I'm going to knock that back. We'll get a little more color in the tip here. But like maybe it's quite a bit more muted back here. And then of course when we hit it with all the lighting, that'll look kind of neat, I think. So in fact I'm gonna knock it all back just one more step. Because I think I'll give it a save, and then yeah, I think we're gonna start hitting it with like lights from around the scene, just because that's gonna matter a lot. And I want to see what that does to this piece so I can make those adjustments pretty quick. So, Okay. This arm. Didn't really get the lighting on it. Knock that back. Knock that back. Knock that back. Knock that back. And knock that back. Okay. Now, let's do some lighting passes. Okay, so we're going to do a add glow layer. I think we'll do, what do we want? Purple on the right, orange on the left, maybe? So let's go up to the topmost layer. I'm going to do a purple here. Do a kind of sunset orange here. And let's start with the purple. Yeah. So I'm going to do a add glow layer. Crazy old Maurice. I'll take it. I like crazy old Maurice. Crazy old Maurice. He's got the best inventions. Okay, so the shadows could be a lot darker, but we'll go with this for now. Just stage things real quick. This one I just added. Okay, good. Okay, and I think I'll start with them strong, and then I can like knock them back easily enough. Right, like I could tone this down to 50%, something like that, and just kind of make those adjustments once I have all the elements in place. So let's give us more to work with here. Okay, so we can have a bit of a soft edge to that because it's wrapping around form. Okay. Good. All right. This is going to have that, and then for this piece, we're gonna make a selection of that. We're gonna remove everything outside of it, and then I'm gonna make it not clipped to the layer below, because this needs its own clipping layer. So we're gonna add glow that, and I'm gonna throw the purple on, but I think I'm gonna add more red into this one, right, to get the color out of the shirt there. Okay. Might not work with that, but we'll see. Okay, so this leather band, I'm gonna make it like quite a dark leather, and then add glow that. might be a bit kind of waxy and oily and shiny. So we'll get more of like this highlight there. And it'll maybe fall off pretty harshly. So that's fine. Okay, and then the coat would like be blasting color, I think. So maybe I'll duplicate that. Let's see what happens if I duplicate this and then turn it into a glow. Right, like that is pretty punchy. That might make sense. See if I can match the color here. I might need to kind of rework these layers a bit, but so far it's working. We'll do an add glow here. But it's, I'm imagining like a shiny velvet, so I might play with the texture and highlights and all kinds of stuff to see what I can get out of that. Or maybe like silken kind of feel to it. Okay, I'll deal with that in a bit. Oh, my catch rate. Ouch. Ta. That's funny. Sorry, just I went on a hunt with I pestered the devs to change Dave's display name. I really should have armed better charms. Yeah, another 2 hunts. I'll use those charms. Why not? Ooh, sorry, I'm just responding to some messages. Got to catch up on some work chats. Oh, that looks very cool. Nice, very nice. Do you get the skins for free on your account if you are the one rendering them? Yes, actually, art team do get some free trap skins. I mean, as developers, we do get kind of like, you know, uh, some goodies. Comes one of the perks of the job, but we also have to harass Giorgio to get them. Okay, I still have a ways to go. It's only 3 o'clock. I think we can keep going for a bit. Okay, lots and lots of like finessing. We only just started on the lighting pass, um, so there's a long way to go. But I'm like, I wish that this was further along, because it's kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, the task is supposed to be wrapped up by the end of the week, and it's not going to be there. Okay, I had the sketch. I mean, maybe it'll happen. I just feel like my wrist is gonna start getting all crunchy before I get to the near finished state for this piece, you know? Like for this one, I want to put this tattoo on him. Definitely a lot of rendering to go, but like this lighting technique does go relatively fast. Okay, so beard, you're gonna get add glow. Gonna grab that. Gonna absolutely blast it because it's a very gray beard. It's gonna pick up the light quite nicely. Okay. Let's do this. Now technically this part I should mask, like erase away, right? That way I can kind of play with the shadows, add and remove them kind of thing, right? Chain. Okay. Pantaloons. I feel like there's more I want to do with them. I remember in the sketch I did actually have like a pouch, like satchel kind of thing going on down there. Might be worth bringing back. That is a spam caller. Compass, pouch of loot. Yes. Perhaps even a pouch of coin. Yeah. Let's see if we can add that real quick. Okay. Satchel. Don't need to be too big. I mean, actually, it's where I'm thinking of putting it. It kind of covers the like the belly under the shirt. So like, I don't know what's a better detail. All right, I think I might need to trim the shirt like up to here for this belly to be obvious enough. And then it's just kind of like, I don't want that much showing. Okay, I think I want to try the pouch actually. Although where it is also. Also might kind of cause this jacket to kind of like push out, which, well, actually this kind of works with this form here, right? Small dagger on the trousers. Oh, yeah. Could be like a little kind of boot dagger or something like that. purple. And mask that away. Okay. That's not very clear what I'm seeing here. I think that's actually going to confuse things. I don't think it needs that detail there. I think there's a lot of stuff going on. So yeah, I just don't think it like needs that detail. But like putting in the tattoo would be kind of more something I think would be a cool focus. So let's go, what, like dark blue. Like I kind of want it to look like waves maybe. I don't know, I feel like you'd have like kraken tentacles and stuff like that. So let's try that. Let's see if I can turn this into a kraken tentacle. So detailed. So detailed you can't even see it. Let's make that a little more obvious. As neat as it looked at that zoomed in scale. Yeah, it's still basically invisible, but it's there. There you go. He's got a whirlpool. He should definitely have like a ticking clock and alligator or crocodile or whatever. Crocodile? I think it's crocodile. watch on his chain around the neck. Giant clock like the rabbit in Alice in Wonderland. I can picture it, yeah. I think it's a little distracting from the character, but then again, maybe the tattoo is as well. I don't know, it just seems like he would have these cool tattoos, so. Alright, you get the same kind of treatment on this arm, too. Let's do very kind of classic scroll work. That's a terrible flower. Alright, try that again. I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into these tattoos. They're not even good. Good enough. We'll go with that. The line weight is all over the board here. So let's broaden the outer stroke up a bit to kind of make that match. Need to also appreciate that this is wrapping around an arm. Tattoo artist MouseHunt. Where would they fit well, I wonder? Like, I guess with this crew it'd be kind of not bad. Okay, that looks a little more correct. Just slightly though. Too straight away here. I think that needs to curve a lot more. It's just like this should always follow a curving spine. And because it's wrapping around a forearm, although I'm turning the line, because it's wrapping around a forearm, it just looks like it would be straight on that form. So whatever, it's not a big deal. I've been like doing a bit of studying of scroll work for metal engraving. So following the kind of rules, in quotation mark, I'm like way off with a lot of the things I've done in this. So no, I don't want to print. So we'll just ignore that. Tattoo artist mouse in the harbor, close to pirates and squid ink. I like that. That's fun. Okay. Yeah, tattoo artist mouse in the Tribal Isles would make sense. Maybe they're in the Cape Cod area, so they can all kind of go to there. Last catch. Another failed catch. My goodness. What a bad run. Should have equipped even better gear, I guess. Oh, yep. Whoa. Alright. Tattoo Mouse at the Marching Flame. I guess there are quite a few that would have them in tow, huh? Okay, so let's keep adding our lighting. Got a little sidetracked, huh? Just a little. It's a very weird pant leg. I don't know if I like the folds and everything that I'm kind of getting going. I kind of feel like the pant leg would really kind of stop here, and the hook itself would kind of plug in right at the bend, kind of thing. More like that. Sure, maybe that. I think if I add like stripes and stuff under the glow, that could look kind of neat, perhaps. We'll see how this looks when I add the other lighting paths to it. Like we'll get some of this kind of orange from this side. So like if I do this, right, I won't really get it on the knee up there. Kind of turned away from it, so wouldn't get very much. Yeah, I don't like that too much. All right. Let's see. We'll just keep going. We're gonna figure things out. Okay. So like we'll get cast shadows from that, from the bracelet, the hand itself. I don't know, maybe I want that to be more of a rim light. I don't know if I like that. It's too yellow, maybe. Why is that not changing it? Oh, I see. Maybe that's alright. Let's try it on the beard here. Add glow. Okay, now we'll try cropping it. Might get a little glow underneath all this. we're gonna do, go on to that ear selection, erase outside of selection, make it not clipping mask, give it its own clipping mask. Oh yeah, he doesn't have a nose. I guess he should probably have a nose. I guess. I don't know, it kind of worked without a nose in a way. Okay, let's add a nose. Face has like so little detail, but it kind of works for me. But yeah, let's do a little nose. I like how I completely omitted the nose for this long. I think the nose should combine with the ear layer. We'll just do that. And that. And then we'll do a little layer on top to add a little bit of specular highlight because it's a wet little nose. This mouse keeps moisturized. do a little bit of detailing, a couple of spots, ear, plugs, all that. Just realized I want to get some of the atmospheric lighting on the surface real quick. So this kind of cooler sky, the moon twilight kind of color. Okay. Actually, I want to get some of that in the beard. Yeah, that's not bad. All right, so earplug, plugs that go in ear holes. All right. If I made these green, they'd just be olives. Mm. White fur hair in the ears. Let's try it. I think it just looks like the sideburns are just kind of sticking up, which is kind of fun. All right, let's look at this in grayscale. And actually, I'm not too displeased by it. I think we can kind of like bring more um, unification. Like the pants are kind of crazy. Like they go from super dark to super light. That seems too far. So I think I need to knock that and that down more. And I think I could raise the jacket up and like bring this shadow up too. And the foot and tail, dun, 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 dun. Maybe darken the tank. And this piping, I'm kind of changing in my mind where I want that to go. Maybe it's not like right under the coat. Maybe it's just off the side. Because like I feel like it going into the character with this stripe and stuff like that, it's kind of like interference. They're kind of distracting from each other. Like I almost wish that he was leaning up against a glowing crystal, and this was like the pipe, the canister. Hmm. Captain Blade Runner Smee. I like it. If I gave him like knuckles tattoos, that's just SME. Smith. Okay. Let's get the guard painted in. So Blue for purple. Purpler. Okay, I'm gonna knock that down, and we'll grab that. We'll add another. Alright. Can tell that I'm starting to run out of steam, huh? Too bright a purple on the coat. Yeah, I think so. Well, I like the lining, but maybe it is too much. So I think for this, let's try. Would have thought I managed to make it below the coat, but oh well. People who design tanks/canisters also design MouseHunt droids. Might be right about that one. I think you're onto something with that. Okay, so also the hands could get a little bit of this pink in there. Maybe not on that hand. Hmm. Soon we will get up so high in the atmosphere or the stratosphere we'll finally get biker mice from Mars. I love that. That's awesome. Goals. All right. All right. Um, so let's add some light to this pantaloon leg. Ooh, Justice Hammer, Law, Scale Trap. We do have a trap that has, like, someone swinging a gavel. Or is that trap skin? There's, like, the Judge Droid one, right? Thank you. Much appreciated, Rain Chocobo. There's still, like, a fair amount to do. But I'm probably going to wrap up soon. My wrist is starting to feel that, like, crunchiness. And I feel like I've been staring at it for quite a while, and I'm starting to lose sight of what I'm looking at. So let's assess where we're at. I'm going to do a quick little overlay trick. We're going to set this to brightness, and I'm going to set that to white, not to black. And I'm just going to kind of paint over things to kind of like show myself where I want to take them before I kind of close stream, just so that I have a better idea when I get back to it what I want to do. So I can make these pants darker. If I kind of keep the legs more in silhouette, do I want the jacket to get darker, or do I want... I think I want it to even out a bit more. It'll be interesting looking when I take it into color mode, because I'm like over painting things, and their colors will remain where the values are changing. So I think for this, I want the hook to kind of be relatively similar to the leg. Maybe we get some nice kind of highlights on it. Okay, and then the inside of the jacket here. The pommel obviously needs some work. So this, I kind of want that to really be downplayed compared to the jacket. tail here. I think the stones will get a lot more done on them too. And then get some nice box detail. I like how I'm like going way too far with this overlay technique that I'm always complaining when I use. Okay. So this is kind of the values that I've shifted a little, right? Actually, I don't know if I want, I do want those more separated out actually. Okay, let's see how this modifies the look of things. Alright, so we're going to go back into color mode, and now we're going to apply the values. So you can definitely see the colors go kind of wonky, because we're just affecting the brightness of the pixels, not the colors. But for the most part, you can get away with that. Saturation gets a little cray-cray. Colors are a little bit strange, but it actually is kind of a fun technique to push your colors into weird areas. So like something to do is where it gets kind of like overly weird, doing a color layer, and let's go crazy color shifting. And where I'm like, I don't know if I like that. The colors seem off. Let's do bigger particles. And then really knocking this down. And generally where this is going to happen is in the shadows. where like there's not enough light to really kind of give your eyes the information it needs. I really want to crank up the particle size, yeah. So like around that, I'm kind of like the chaos is cool. In these shadows, okay. And then you can also do like a saturation layer. So if it's like too intense, like here, I'm like, this is too intense. I'm gonna knock that back and just kind of mute the color down. So these are kind of like over the top of the whole drawing. So it's kind of, you know, you have to have everything rendered where you want it before you can really start throwing this over everything. It gets messy if you have like, oh, things need to be cut out from each other like a backdrop, which is something we do. We actually like will do exports without the background. So it's just the mouse like floating. And so like these things get really, you know, you got to manage them. So they're not always ideal to have in, but they're kind of like a fun trick and technique. I think I'm going to knock it down just a little bit more. And you really want this to be like a subtle effect. Like here it's pretty strong. But yeah, it's kind of a neat way to like add final details. But again, this is kind of, I just want to quickly get down my ideas and then I can come back and finish it off. So let's hide that. Yeah, alright. My wrist is done, but we got pretty far along. There's definitely still stuff I want to finish on it, but I think I'm done for today. Sound my horn, got some catches. Yeah, it's something I don't do enough. It's something I learned from like one of my art teachers who taught me like tons, is kind of like doing this kind of color mixing over top at the very end can just like do thing, it like harmonizes things. One thing you can do is kind of like I did a total full color gambit with my color spray, but you can do kind of more of a limited range and kind of like put everything into kind of like one part of the color wheel and like create even more harmony there. This pipe I definitely don't like. In the end, I'm gonna have to modify the pipe. I don't think it's working. I might even remove it and like put it somewhere else. I shared the idea of like swapping the gem and the canister, and I'm honestly considering that pretty heavily at this moment, but I am not going to manage that right now. Alright, so I'm going to give this a save. We're going to watch the time lapse for today. I'll share the Larry link one last time in the chat, and then I'm going to sign off. Do full, and so we'll just hang out and watch this. But yeah, I basically had kind of the pose right off the bat. I knew I wanted a character to be kind of on a mountain of loot. Whole variety of different things. I think there's a lot of work to do on kind of communicating all the things, detailing those out. Oh yeah, doing a little signature. We can add that. Yeah, like he had a belt. The coat worked differently. That guy was potentially going to give him a lot more earrings and stuff too. Yeah, happy long weekend. I'm looking forward to it. It's actually like my first weekend in like half a year where I don't have plans every single day. For the long weekend, I know I have plans, but nothing's locked down, like meeting up with people and stuff. But normally it's like, oh, I'm teaching a leatherworking class on Saturday, and then I'm axe throwing on Sunday, um, and neither of those things are happening. Or I'd have like D&D or whatever. So it's nice. I plan on doing a whole bunch of crafting if I can. So I got a lot to do before the end of the month when I'm going to the axe market. Yeah. Yeah, actually, we normally like at the start of the week we talk about kind of like, you know, the roadmap for the week, and if there's like a holiday, we'll announce it. And it was like at the end of the day, was like, don't forget, because we forgot to talk about it on at the start of the week. I think got an axe to grind with me. Yeah, what kind? Is it like hatchet, big axe, axe gang style, warriors, council tools? I don't know, whatever it is, I can work on it. I can grind it. I got the tools. Pickaxe. Okay. Haven't worked on a pickaxe yet. I think it'd be really interesting to throw one, but those are definitely not legal in my throwing league. Although we have had throwing shovels. We do throwing knives as well. Ooh. Sorry, one of the artists shared a piece, and it's very pretty. We actually got a decent amount done today. Yeah, I think I do want to change the canister in that gem. I guess you'll find out if I ended up doing that uh, when the area releases with these characters. Because I don't think I'll be working on this the next stream. This should be pretty much done. Yeah, I'm just going to let the video finish playing out before I actually sign off. But bye for now, Chocobo. Thanks for tuning in. Also, here's the Larry link in case anyone missed it. Let me actually copy it correctly. Yep, we only just started. Yep, that's right. Haven't been going for 5.5 hours. 5 and a half hours. All right. Well, there we go. That's where we got started from here. Well, we didn't start from here, but I did. Okay. I'm gonna give it one last save. Share it with the art team. See what they think. Let them know that I'll be finishing it next week because I am cooked. And yeah, well, okay, enough of that. So, hope you all have an awesome long weekend, actually. But until I see you next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I shall catch you later. Happy hunting, everyone. We didn't start the neighbor fire. Alright, bye bye for now. See you probably in 2 weeks. I imagine it's Dave next week. But yeah, until I see you next. Bye.